Buenos Day, Mabuhay. I'm James Solomon, the Dean of the College, and I just want to welcome you to come to this, the fifth in our Philippine Studies lecture series. And we have to give a special thank you to Dr. Samara. She has been funding the last two lectures with the buyout money from the Guam Cancer Grant, and that's coming to an end now. And so you'll notice in your program on the back page there's a note there. You need to go to your Lions Club and get us some more money so we can continue the lecture series. So please keep that in mind while you're at the Lions Club. And without further ado, here's Dr. Samara to introduce today's speaker and to begin the fifth Philippine Studies lecture series. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon. We are kind of amazed that we're here in the fifth year of the Philippine Studies lecture series. When we became the second lecture, we said we're official. It's not a series because we made it to the second, and now we're at the fifth. And we're looking forward to many more years of bringing different kinds of speakers to focus on different areas of Philippine studies. As our flyer said, Earth without art is air. So focusing on different areas of the humanities and the social sciences, we've been bringing different speakers to our lecture series. Thank you all for coming today, and we want to recognize especially some guests in the audience and the supporters. We of course want to thank our president, Dr. Robert Underwood, for coming this afternoon. We're also expecting Dr. Mary Okada from UCC. She'll be coming soon, but we do have the Vice President, Dr. Ray Samara. We have Dr. John Pearson, the Vice President for Sponsored Programs and Research, and he's also the acting SVP for the week. Well, in the absence of and we want to welcome representatives from the Philippine Consulate General, Consul Edgar Thomas Auxilian, serving as the acting head of course in the absence of Consul General Marciano de Borja, and we also have Consul Mark Hamoy. The University of the Philippines Alumni Association has been a stalwart supporter of the lecture series since it started, and one special addition to today's program is the awarding of our first scholarships, one to a GCC student and one to a UOG student. And we have members here, and our president, Mrs. Tessie Marcos, is right here. And we want to welcome Dr. Mary Okada, president of Guam Community College in Brooklyn. And before I call on Consul Edgar Auxilian to give the opening remarks, I'd like to recognize someone in the audience who's had perfect attendance throughout all the 5 lectures in the past 5 years. We have our local philanthropist, Manan Atilana Ramayon. Maybe I'll give that to the 6 if you show up. Alright, so I'd like to call on Consul Gary Auxilian to give the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samara. So, Dr. Underwood, President of UOG, Dr. Mary Okada, President of GCC, distinguished faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Philippine Consulate General and our Honorable Consul General Marciano R. de Borja, who unfortunately could not join us this afternoon, he's off island for his book launching in Manila. I would like to extend our warmest welcome to you all. We're happy that you are able to join us this afternoon for this lecture, the 5th of the series on Philippine lecture series that I would like to commend Dr. Samara as well as the University of Guam for initiating this project. I think this is a very laudable project, and we're happy that all of us are able to join this lecture series this afternoon with our special guest from the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Mr. Chris Villado. I remember very well when I was a student at the University of the Philippines. I mentioned to him earlier during lunchtime that I could not forget one of the important socially relevant plays that was played at the Frederick Guerrero Theater, the UP Diliman campus. And I had great recollection of that because of its social relevance to our situation then, and we're happy to share experience of our old college days also. So I understand that we have the UP Alumni Association here, headed by no less than Ms. Tessie Marcos, very dynamic leader of the UP Alumni group here, and I'm very happy to hear that they will be handing over the scholarship for 2 students, one from GCC and one for UOG this afternoon. So these are commendable projects really, and we're very happy that all these things are really happening here on the island of Guam, and we are very proud of you. So with my colleague here, Consul Mark Amoy, we are very much honored and happy to have this opportunity to join you this afternoon once again, to have here as our representative from the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Chris Villado, to enlighten us or to inform us of what's happening back home, especially the great contribution of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. So without much further ado, I just would like to welcome you once again, and I wish that this program will continue to really reap more successes in its future endeavors. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay and happy day to all.
Thank you very much, Consul Auxilian. Our speaker this afternoon, as you all know, is Chris Villado, who is Vice President and Artistic Director of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. His bio is listed, it's written brief, abbreviated bio because there's a lot more in terms of his accomplishments. He'll be sharing some of that today, but he was on a personal note a colleague at the University of the Philippines at Los Baños, where we taught in the Department of Humanities many moons ago, and we have a lot of great memories about that experience. I was sharing an apartment with Cesc Quesada, who some of you may have seen in Philippine films and television shows, and Chris was our next door neighbor, and we had a Three's Company kind of arrangement with our food, and it was a really wonderful time in our lives, and it's been wonderful to see his the development of his career from the early days when I knew him, marching in the streets in the Philippines before the fall of the Marcos regime, and I left the Philippines in 1984, and I said at the time, oh, the revolution's not going to happen soon, I might as well go get my PhD. And as you know, the People's Power Revolution happened in 1986. Chris was there at the time, and the street theater that he founded was very instrumental in mobilizing a lot of activities during those demonstrations. And he would demonstrate against the Cultural Center at the time, and so it's very fascinating to see his journey from those times to now being at the helm as the Artistic Director and the Vice President of the Cultural Center. So ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and pride for me to introduce Chris Villado.
Good afternoon, magandang hapon, mabuhay, half a day. Before I start, I'd like to play a simple game with you. I just wanted to know a bit about our group, this community gathered here today. If you would just raise your hands, who are Filipinos who were born and raised in the Philippines and now reside here in Guam? Please see hands. Born, raised Philippines, residing in Guam. Great. Who are Filipino, who consider themselves Filipinos or Filipino Americans, born and raised in Guam, or you're Filipino descent. Oh, round number. and who are members of the audience of any connections at all to the Philippines, either married to a Filipina or Filipina, studied there, is taking language courses, who was hang around with Filipinos. Can I see hands? There you go. And I guess I would like to presume the rest are here and would like to believe because you're curious or interested in finding out more about Philippines, especially the art and cultural scene in the Philippines. Now, what you see here behind me is the building where I'm working. It is called the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Who has been to the Cultural Center of the Philippines? Wow, that's impressive. There's been quite a few years been to the CCT. The Cultural Center of the Philippines is considered the premier arts and culture institution in the Philippines. And this is where I've been working in the last 10 years of my life as an arts manager. But as Ben mentioned earlier, it didn't start that way. It started with me outside of the CCT, holding placards, protesting the CCT right in front of that fountain, and us surrounded by anti-riot police because we're considered flies in the soup then when beauty contests were being held in other parts of the complex. During that time, I remember sometime in 1984 or 85, I believe, there was a Miss Young International that was being held at the Folk Art Theater, which is found in another part of the complex. And as young cultural activists then decided to protest the Miss Young International because we believed it was a way of distracting the population from what we perceive as young, intense radicals from the real problems of the nation during the time. So what we did is we came up with this parody of the beauty pageant, which we call Miss Young Multinational. And there were 5 of us in drag, performing and parodying the question and answer portion of the beauty pageant, and we timed it so we would disrupt the opening number of the beauty pageant that was going on. And we were able to succeed in doing that. And for us to be able to escape from being bludgeoned by the anti-riot police, we got the help of the international media who escorted us out of the complex, and once we were at the portal of the complex, we immediately ran for our lives. And that's how we continue to remember and celebrate that day as a time we were able to penetrate what we considered then was a fortress, which was the cultural center of the Philippines. And I never in my wildest dream would I imagine myself working in the center. And it did happen. Flash forward many years, I was invited to work at the center, and just 3 years ago I was asked to be assumed the artistic directorship of the center. And this is part of my story this afternoon. And in a way, it is also part of the story of how art and culture has developed in the Philippines, how art and culture has moved from being an elitist or a very specific kind of activity to becoming something more popular, to becoming something more participative and inclusive. And one of my jobs as arts manager in the Cultural Center of the Philippines is to go every year to defend our budget. And you know that. For those of you arts managers who work and administrators who work with government, you always have to defend your budget every year. You have to step up to your lawmakers, to your congresspeople, to your Senate, and you have to defend each and every item of the budget. And one of the things I remember 3 years ago when I wasn't still the artistic director was when I sat down, one of the lawmakers asked the question, so why should we give money to the arts? Can the arts feed hungry people? Can arts and culture be eaten? And he directed the question at me. And I was dumbfounded. I couldn't answer the question. I was doing arts and culture every day, but I wasn't thinking of the question. It was almost second nature to me. How indeed can rehearsing a play, rehearsing a song, putting pen to paper, putting brush to canvas, how can that matter to people who are hungry? How can that matter to people who face crucial day-to-day survival problems and questions? How can art matter to people? So that set me to thinking about this question. In fact, I've been obsessed by it, that I made it during my term as artistic director as the vision of the CCT. And now, today, this is the question I'm going to ask and attempt to answer during our storytelling session. So, making art matter, the role of the Cultural Center of the Philippines in the life of everyone. And I would like to tell this, share the answer to you. I have both a long answer and a short answer. The short answer will come at the end of the session. Let me tell you the long answer first. And I'm telling you the long answer through a talk stories. I love talk stories. Just noon this time, we had a wonderful lunch hosted by our consulate. And what made the lunch even more tasty was the talk story that was being shared. And talk stories that actually began to open up a lot of connections that I didn't imagine would happen. Just right before this session, a wonderful engineer approached me and told me that he was the one who put in and knew exactly where the cornerstone of the CCT is. And we've been searching for that cornerstone for so many years, and we couldn't locate it. So I think it's amazing that all of these talk stories actually begin to make sense and begin to make these connections in really serendipitous and wonderful ways. So one of the first talk stories I'd like to share, it was from my grandma. We called her Lola Poroy. Lola is grandma. Poroy is the pet name for Socorro. Okay, so that's why we call her Lola Poroy. And Lola Poroy used to enchant us kids, city kids who visited her in the province with half-sung, half-chanted stories of this headless Spanish captain who would go after disobedient kids if they refused to sleep. And then later on, she would, through her droning voice, she would try to erase the taste of the horrific story of that Spanish lieutenant by telling us the misadventures of the turtle and the monkey. Okay? And I suspect, in a very deliberate way, the moment she got to the turtle part, she would really slow down and make sure the drone would be longer so that the drone of her voice would lull us to sleep. Now, these memories of my Lola Poroy, embedded in my, I believe, was the source of my love for stories. And I think the reason why I keep on continuing to tell stories up to this day through the way I know, which is through theater and the arts. The story I'll be sharing with you this afternoon will be in 3 parts. The first part recounts my personal transformation as an artist and culture worker committed to social change during one of the darkest periods of modern Philippine history, which was during the martial law regime. The second part describes my current involvement as an arts manager with the Cultural Center of the Philippines. And the third lists the 5 most important lessons I've learned from doing street theater that has informed the way I conduct work, create art, and live my life. Let me start with the martial law years. I was 11 when martial law was declared, and we were living in this small sugarcane town in the central islands of Visayas. I think that it's as small as Guam, called Negros Occidental. And as a young boy, it didn't matter to me that martial law was declared. All the impression that I had of martial law was that they stopped showing cartoons on television. And we didn't see anything but soldiers marching to the theme of the new society. I didn't care if martial law was declared as long as the fiesta went on. And it did. The town fiestas went on. And it was the summer fiestas that I looked forward to as a young boy. Why? Because it was the time I could earn a little bit more. I used to sell flavored ice candy during the summer. It would get very hot. So I would sell flavored ice candy. And besides earning a few monies to have some extra monies for the coming school year, it also earned me entrance to spaces in the fiesta that other people won't be allowed into. Because of my selling flavored ice candy or flavored ice water, I was allowed to go into the backstages of the sideshows. I was allowed free rides in the Ferris wheel. I was given the front row in the stage shows. I would be able to sneak in the cordons of the religious processions that were happening at the end of the day. And all of this spectacle, until now, I believe has influenced me in the passion that I have for staging, spectacle, and performance. It all started from an exposure in the town festivals, in the fiestas, in the little town in Victorias. Another big, now this is a train at the found in one corner, and this is where we would hide the sugarcane stalks that we would steal from the trucks coming from the different parts of the island. And these were really specially delicious sugarcane stalks. And we knew a special sugarcane from the rest, and we would hide them. We hide the special stack to come back to them the next day after we finished it. And this other mural had a very big influence in my life too. This is found in the chapel. It is called the Chapel of the Angry Christ. Now my mom used to tell me about explaining who made it, that this Christ was angry because all of the people attending Mass there every Sunday were sinners. And it would only take a few years that I began to find out the real background of this mural. This mural apparently was done by a renowned artist with the family name of Osorio, a visual artist who was very well respected by the modernists of New York, who was born and raised in Victorias. And he was a colleague of modernists like Jackson Pollock, Andy Warhol. In fact, they would all converge in his home in New York to be part of his intellectual circle. And he decided to go back to Victorias and come up with his modernist artwork and practically decorated the whole chapel and involved the whole community in painting this mural, in breaking down bits of glass to create a mosaic and a very unusual artwork that still now stands in this small town of Victorias. And in fact, there's a whole book written about his work. And I think that is one of my dreams at the Cultural Center of the Philippines, to be able to reintroduce the work of this great Filipino. Because he is known in the art world in New York, but he's almost unknown to Filipinos. But this is like found in one corner of that island in Negros. And this is the kind of imagery that I was raised with. The move to Manila was precipitated by the decline of the sugar industry in Negros. At some point, the island where I lived in was known for the extreme wealth, at the same time extreme poverty. And this is brought about by the sugar industry, which declined around the late 70s. And my family had to move out to Manila, but it was also timely because I was accepted at the University of the Philippines. My mother warned me about the University of the Philippines. She said that if you go to UP, you will become a communist. You will become an activist. So UP was true to its word. I received my instruction in the classrooms, but I got my education in the streets. I got my education from joining the numbers of youth who were beginning to find their voices again under martial law and protesting what they thought was unfair and unjust and taking and voicing out their solidarity for what were considered the oppressed masses then. I found my education by joining picket lines with the workers who were striking in the factories. I found my education by being with the farmers, going out to the provinces, and finding out that how much they had to give up just to get meals on their table. So, during the time I was a theater arts major and I was rehearsing a play by Ibsen. And it was also during the time that one of the major rallies happened in the university, and they were calling for volunteers. And I volunteered and didn't know that they were asking for volunteers for the front line of a big demonstration. And that's how I ended up in the front line of the first major student demonstration that happened under martial law. And that's the first time I saw truncheons and experienced cannons and tear gas. So I came home from that incident enraged. I came home from that incident very sure that a revolution must happen. And the revolution that I knew best how to lead was a revolution in the arts. And with a few hardy souls, I was able to convince a few other theater majors and actors, and I said, we should stop making Ibsen and Shakespeare. We should start thinking of art and theater that is more urgent, that is more responsive to what is happening out there. So we thought of doing small plays that were not performed in a special place with 4 walls, where you have to pay a special price, where you have to dress specially. And we thought, instead of asking people to come see us, why don't we go out there where they gather? If they're in the streets, let's go there. If they're in the marketplace, let's go there. If they're in the waiting sheds, let's go there and perform for them. If they're in the fields, let's bring the stories to them. And that's how one of the first companies or productions that I feel still has influenced me up to this moment was formed. And we call ourselves the Tropang Vaudeville, or the Vaudeville Troupe. And what was this? Was a street theater performance troupe that focused on the vaudeville circus sideshow forms, and used this to carry current issues like tuition fee hikes, dismantling of squatter houses, wage hikes of workers, and other current issues of the day. Fascism, imperialism, and other big issues, other issues that are considered big and urgent during that time. The group devised many more street plays and performed in various rallies, pickets. We began to engage other students to join us. We were able to increase the number of people who were interested in doing this, so that we were able to have different teams. At some point, we became so big that we were able to mobilize different, what we call, agitation propaganda teams. These were like groups, teams of 5 or 6 that would go to different rallies and perform 3 to 5 minute lightning plays, we would call them, because it's a place that would suddenly just appear in the middle of a market and then disappear. This is the original flash mob, exactly. And we would find ourselves performing in long marches. One of them was a long march that happened from Central Luzon going to Manila, and where we joined thousands of peasants and farmers who were trying to call attention to the problem of land reform. And then we moved out even to further away from Manila. We joined a group of indigenous youth from the Cordillera. They wanted to reconnect with the art and culture of their ancestors, reconnect with the culture of their apos or the elders, the songs, the playing of the instruments, and so on. So what we did was we put together a little jeepney that would go through the back roads of the Cordillera, found ourselves in the innermost regions. We were about a group of 20 to 30 hardy souls, hardly fitting into that small jeepney, some riding top load, that means on top of the roof, and then walking down the terraces, spending two days in one village, reconnecting with the elders who taught us the songs or the salidumay, and even began to teach us how to play the dansa again and so on. And the wonderful thing that happened was that this Cordillera youth, or this indigenous youth, began to reinvent a lot of the salidumays. So the tradition didn't only remain as something that was precious and something that needed to be repeated, but something that could be innovated on and something that could be reviewed because of the issues of the day. So that was the time when we were doing this, what we call the Balik-Pili or Back to the Village movement. And again, we felt ourselves moving out from the university, moving out from the classrooms, moving out from the traditional idea of theater, and reinventing what we imagined as a theater space. Not only the confined spaces of a proscenium theater, but the spaces of the fields, the spaces of where people worked and lived and even dreamt. This is one of the most interesting times I feel in my whole journey. When, because of the work that we were doing with People's Theater, after 1986, after the end of the Marcos regime in the Philippines, we were all heavily celebrating the triumph of the People Power Revolution. And we were invited to perform a play called Oath to Freedom, which celebrated the People Power Revolution in different parts of the world. So we were able to go to different parts of Europe, the United States, Asia, and one of the breakthrough things that happened was the University of Hawaii decided to mount Oath to Freedom as part of their theater season. And as you know, some of you might know that the University of Hawaii is known for its Asian theater program. And they said, we want to mount the whole Oath to Freedom in English, translated, but with students at the university playing the roles of Filipino peasants, workers, out-of-school youth, nuns, the members of the People Power, and so on and so forth. So I found myself at the University of Hawaii. And one of the first curious things that happened during my first week there was it was my first time to meet Filipinos living in Hawaii. And at first I was incredulous. I was faced with a group of students who looked Filipino, very Filipino, who could easily play all of this. But the moment they opened their mouth, they couldn't even speak the language. Or if they attempted to, they had a very heavy accent that could hardly pass off as a peasant, a farmer, a worker living in the Philippines. And then it was a humbling experience because I found out that the English they spoke was not the English at all that I knew back home. It was hard-earned English. It was the English that were taught to them by the history of the Manons, of the old-timers who lived in Hawaii, who had their own specific history in Hawaii.
Pidgin English.
Pidgin English was one. And it was, in short, it was the English of the fields. It was the English that was burdened by history. And when I even dug deeper and listened even closer, I heard more stories being told, which inspired us to create another theater company in Hawaii, which we called HAPA, to stand for Hawaii Alliance for Philippine Performing Arts. And what it did was try to mine more of the stories, surface more of these stories, so more of the community could begin to embrace their own specific stories. And it grew so popular that it also attracted the other sectors in Hawaii. In fact, at one point, 2 to 3 years into the work, we decided to put out our own version of the Panunuluyan. Who knows the Panunuluyan? The Panunuluyan is the traditional search for the inn, which happens every Christmas time in the Philippines, where you have an actor playing Joseph and Mary, moving around town, knocking on each door, and every time they are refused, right? Every time they knock on the door, in fact, they find themselves in the manger. But it is played out, physically in the whole village. Now we said, why don't we do panunuluyan? But this time, how about we do it during the plantation era? What if Joseph and Mary was knocking on the Japanese plantation camp? What if they end up knocking on the Chinese camp? And then the Portuguese camp? And then the Filipino dormitory? And finally, they end up in a Hawaiian heiau or a homestead where finally the major scene is done. And you know what this did? This brought all the multicultural theater companies and the writers to collaborate in one project and converge in a project that was specifically Filipino, but practically resonated with the story of the multicultural plantation history of Hawaii. And the most amazing thing about this is we did it almost without a budget. It was just everybody putting in together their 10 cents worth to come up with something which had high impact. So this was one of the doors that opened to me. The idea of how knowing and knowing where you stand could open more windows for influence and more windows for partnership and collaboration. This led to more work and more connections with Chicago, San Francisco, and even New York. Especially in California, I found out about the rich history of Filipinos working as hired hands in the vineyards. In the vineyards, cotton pickers, salmon canners in Alaska, and so on. And I don't know if you've heard about Carlos Bolosan,
Yes.
who wrote America is in the Heart. It's a wonderful, poetic, lyrical, heart-wrenching testimony, personal testimony of how it was to be Filipino in 1930s America. And then, while collaborating with other Filipino Americans then, we also stumbled on a news release of a big riot that happened in the 40s in a place called Watsonville in Central California. An amazing story when Filipinos, mostly Ilocanos of like 18, 19 years old, mostly uneducated, were hired to work in the fields of Watsonville. And then they were paid $1 a day, but they would almost spend this dollar during the night times when what they call the taxi dancers came. The taxi dancers are dancers who were brought over to the camps, and these were mostly of mixed, they were of Mexican descent, and they would pay 10 cents a dance. They were called taxi dancers because they would buy this long roll of tickets, and then for each dance they would pair each ticket until the whole roll of ticket was finished. And they were such good dancers, and somehow they always kept in their bayones a good pair, a very good set of Macintosh shoes and shiny shoes. That they became the envy of the dispossessed white workers then, who perceived these Filipinos as not only stealing their jobs, but stealing their women. So one night, in one bar in Watsonville, while the music was blaring, and while the taxi dancers were dancing with this young, good-looking Filipinos who transformed, you know, like really proud swans during the night, they were attacked by this group of white boys. And you would understand why this happened. Remember, this is the Great Depression. Everyone felt dispossessed. Everyone felt disempowered. And the Filipinos were perceived as a group who contributed to this disempowerment. And it broke out into a riot, a full-fledged riot that the National Army had to be called in the 1940s. At the end of the riot, one Filipino was killed, and many wounded. Legend says that the Filipinos fought back using their kali or their arnis. But this time, instead of holding kali and arnis, they're holding bolos. That explains the multiple slashes that some of the workers received at the end of the whole tumult. But anyway, at the end of that, the Filipinos became headlines of the news. If you look at the 4-piece headlines of the Times, you would see Filipino riot in Watsonville. It says it's a full headline, and that was the time when the U.S. United States government finally began to look seriously at the presence of Filipinos in the United States in the 1940s. So we made a story, a play about it called Peregrinación, which talked about the situation of Filipinos in the 40s, especially this group of swarthy young men who danced very well and dressed up very well and practically changed the way Filipinos were viewed during the Great Depression. Now, this was the diaspora experience, and this diaspora experience contributed greatly again in expanding notions of what is Filipino. Are you more Filipino because you were born in the Philippines? Are you less Filipino because you're born and raised outside of the Philippines? You know, where does Filipino-ness end or begin? And I found out that because of this continuous conversation, this continuous engagement through theater, through art and culture, that being Filipino was not a fixed thing. That it was a point in what I imagine is a sliding rule. That sometimes you're more of this and more of that. Sometimes you're more here, more that. Sometimes you are in between. You know, I love this saying. Usually, when I don't know if you sat long enough in departure areas of airports. You know, when fellow passengers ask you, instead of asking you where you're from, they ask you, where are you in between? You know, I guess it feels like that. Identity now in our century, when there's a lot of movement, when there's a lot of migration, we find a Filipino town in Watsonville. There's a place called New Manila, apparently New Orleans. There's a group of Filipino Larapians found in a pocket in Australia, who were apparently originally Bajau pearl divers who settled in that area in Australia. There are Filipinos in Sarawak, in Indonesia, playing wonderful band music in a riverside cafe. You know, and somebody jokingly, I remember, telling me Filipinos are everywhere. Wherever they almost like infest the whole world with their presence. So how did I end up at the CCT? In 1986, right after the People Power Revolution, okay, let me just fast forward. These are the places I mentioned. I was invited to be part of what we call the reorientation of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Through the leadership of the scholar, the preeminent scholar, Dr. Nicanor Chongson, who's now retired, and who is an author of several books on art and culture history of the Philippines. He led the center through a massive reorientation, which looked at one, decentralization. What did that mean? That now we should stop looking ourselves at the center for the arts. Manila should give up that old myth that art and culture only happens in Manila, that your center of arts and culture. There is wonderful art and culture that is happening in Bohol, in Cebu, in Mindanao, in Cayo de Oro, in Baguio. Okay? You should start democratizing art. It's not only those who know the leaders that should get the funding, but we should open up the resources to as many artists as possible to enhance what they do, to promote excellence, to encourage the creation of more original Filipino work. So through these tenets of decentralization, democratization, it was an exciting time for the Cultural Center of the Philippines in 1986 onwards. I joined briefly a department called the Outreach, which I felt was also another expression of democratization. What did Outreach do? Outreach said, art and culture shouldn't only be available to people who can walk into the CCP, who have cars that go up the ramp, but also be available to people who could not even travel to Manila. So instead of us asking people to come over, why don't we bring the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra to Coronadal? Why don't we bring Ballet Philippines to Marikina? Why don't we bring the Bayanihan Folk Dance Troupe to Negros Occidental? Okay, so I think, again, my street theater history and street theater history was still catching up with me. It was still telling me, look, you are at the center. This is an opportunity to open up the door. This is an opportunity to make things more accessible and art and culture more accessible. I left briefly again to work with the diaspora, this time in Western Europe. This time working with overseas Filipino workers, and I was sharing this with our consuls who were based there for a time. For those of you who might not know, there's a large, I think more than, what's the population of OFWs in Western Europe? More than, close to 1 million. And the time when I was there, the largest concentration was in UK and Spain, United Kingdom and Spain, and most of them were female. And most of them were working as domestic workers. And a lot of them were what we call Schwarzarbeiter, or black workers. That means they were undocumented workers. So as far as the governments, host governments were concerned, they were non-existent in terms of welfare and other rights that usual workers would have. But you have lots of these Filipinos who had very high skills back home. They were either supervisors or teachers who were now working as toilet cleaners, mopping your floors, cleaning your bathrooms, washing your laundry, and so on and so forth. Can you imagine the kind of stigma and trauma that you would go through? Just for the effort of earning a few more bucks to send back home. And again, the whole notion of what a Filipino community might look like after the Philippines was beginning to form. You will find these groups in the plazas of Milan. During the breaks, you would find them sitting around opening their food baskets in a plaza in Hong Kong. And then some of them would be going out to picnics in some area in the Black Forest in Vienna. And these are Filipinos coming from different parts of the Philippines. Again, what did we do there? Together with a commission called the Commission of Filipino Migrant Workers, we came up with a curriculum using theater to educate and inform the migrant workers in Western Europe, the Filipino migrant workers, about their rights as workers in Europe during the time. After that, I joined the CCP again as head of the Performing Arts Department, and in 2011, I was asked to become the artistic director. And at the CCP, again, as I told you, I was obsessed with the idea of how to make art more open and art more accessible. And in fact, this is one of the brainstorms that we did with the executive management in terms of how do we revision CCP to be more inclusive, to be more embracing of different influences and different ideas. Right now, the CCP stands still as the venue for high-quality showcases in the arts. As before, when it was established in 1969 by Imelda Marcos, the idea was to present the best of Filipino arts and culture. And those are one of the things that we continue to do. What we've added is that now it not only becomes a showcase, but it also is a repository of content in Philippine art and culture. And then it is also a venue for interaction with artists and practitioners. Okay, I missed one slide. Some of the CCP programs we produce a varied multi-arts program throughout the year and cluster shows based on genres and themes. Now the CCP is composed of festivals, music theater programs, etc., etc. I will go through this generally to give you just a sense of the varied content that we offer at the CCP. At the same time, I think I'd like to know that at the CCP we do at least 800 shows a year. And we cover all the milieux from music, theater, dance, visual arts, cinema, multimedia, and festivals. What you see here is the poster of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, which is a series that we do a year. It's our resident company. And this is a festival called the Virgin Lab Fest, which is a one-act play festival. And every year we produce at least 10 new plays, and this becomes almost the informal theater festival, or unofficial theater festival. This is a sample of a retrospective exhibit. This is a modernist exhibit by a painter by the name of Roberto Chabet, who's influenced a whole generation of young visual artists in the modernist form. This is a dance workshop. We do a lot of workshops, and the summer dance workshop is just one of the things that we do at the CCP. We have a competition, we call it International Choral Competition and Festival. One thing that you should know is that, you know that the Philippine Madrigal Singers, the UST Singers, the UP Concert Chorus are known as terror choirs all over the world. Why? Because once they join competitions, they always grab the first prize. The Philippine Madrigal Singers holds the distinct reputation of the only choral company in the world who has won the Choral Olympics twice. And because of that, they cannot join anymore. So we're really known in the world for our choral singing. And that is the reason why we decided to do a choral festival in Manila. And this has attracted international choirs to participate. Not only to compete against each other, but actually to hear and be part of the workshops of the Madrigal Singers. We also give awards and citations, and what you see here are the faces of our newest declared Gawad CCP awardees. These are CCP artists, Filipino artists who contributed greatly to arts and literature in the Philippines. Agnes Lopsin up there is a choreographer who introduced Mindanao style of dances and ethnic dances to Philippine modern dance and ballet. Cirilo Bautista is a poet, and he's a very prolific poet who created long epic poetry about the history of the Philippines. Brenda Fajardo is a visual artist, and she works specifically with paintings about the role of women in Philippine society. And Florentino Ornedo is a cultural anthropologist whose pioneering work is looking at explaining what is popular in Philippine culture. At the same time, he's doing a lot of work in Batanes, documenting art and culture in Batanes. This is, why do I forget all of the 70s? He was my teacher. I will remember. This is Jaja Padilla, who's the wife of Dolphy. Right? Dolphy was also awarded for his contribution in Philippine cinema. He did a big contribution to music, especially the notion of Filipino music and Asian modes of musicality.
Feliciano.
No, he's not Feliciano, but he is the same generation with Francisco Feliciano. No, not Maceda de Leon. We have the Digital Heritage Program. This is a bit new. You know, at the CCP, we have audio, video, photos of all the productions, exhibitions that has been performed at the CCP since its founding in 1969. And the sad thing about this is no one can access it. Because it's in cassettes, it's in outmoded forms like Betamax, VHS, open reel. And guess what? Nature is beginning to triumph over the archival items. There are molds, some of these are sticking together, some of these are destroyed because of the humidity. And the nature of the performing arts is that it's ephemeral. It's unlike the movies or unlike literature that is printed and you can have it forever, right? When you see a show, a live performance being performed, you just see it there and then it disappears. Unless you have it documented by video. And we need to save all of those video things. So we've decided to step up our work in terms of digitizing it because we do realize that this is heritage. This is going to be our digital heritage. So we've started working aggressively on digitizing the amount of things that we have. And I'll have more bit of a good news with you in terms of how this is finally translating itself. We have the regional art centers. I talked about the outreach. We're now looking at, as part of the decentralization, establishing CCP not only in Manila, but looking at CCP satellites. As you know, unlike Guam, which is just one major island, is that right? The Philippines has how many islands? 7,000 plus islands, depending on if it's high tide or low tide. And we haven't reached a number of these islands yet. We have reached the major ones, but we haven't penetrated even like the smaller ones. So we said we can't do this alone. We cannot even, it's even more impossible if you look at how much budget we get from national government to work on arts and culture. So we need to partner in the regions. So what we decided to do as a strategy is to establish what we call CCP satellite venues. So now we're establishing a CCP in Negros Island, a CCP in Cebu Island, a CCP in Mindanao, a CCP up north, a CCP in Pangasinan, and through these satellites that we can all go out and branch out, and maybe together we could help in reaching and broadening the reach of arts and culture by involving not only Manila-based artists, but locally based artists as well, who would be able to interact deeper into townships, barrios, barangays, so that the reach of art and culture is even more broadened. So that is the Kaisasa regional art centers. You see here a representative from Marawi. We do workshops, and this is one of the acting workshops that we do. We have a radio program. We have 2 radio programs, and this has a wide reach. And this radio program is the only radio program that talks about art and culture and engages it with everyday issues. Okay? We have the resident company season. I'll just like show you what resident companies we have. We have the Bayanihan Folk Dance Company. Who has seen the Bayanihans? Bayanihan visited Guam ever?
Yes, they did.
They did. They're one of the best. They're the very first folk dance troupe who was able to debut on Broadway. We have Pangalan Filipino, which is a national theater company. What you're seeing here is a still from Noli Me Tangere, staging of Rizal's famous novel. The Ramon Abusan Folkloric Group is a folkloric group which also does training among the youth. The National Music Competition for Young Artists, which is an annual competition involving grade school and high school performers. The Philippine Magical Singers, whom I mentioned earlier. The Philippine Ballet Theater, which does classical dance and modern dance. The UST Symphony Orchestra is our training orchestra. So you have young musicians training to become part of the PPO at some point. The Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra is our national orchestra. And the Ballet Philippines, which is currently on tour as we speak. They're now touring the West Coast, performing in different parts of California, and Oregon. I think they have a 7-city tour. So all of these are part of the CCP. These are what we call our resident companies, and they're supposed to be the flagship of excellence. And they become like the role models for the other performing arts companies as well. And they provide us with a lot of exciting content throughout the whole year. The musical theater season, these are just a sense of what we do. Different musicals. One thing, if you notice, right now, in West End, there are 2 major productions which feature Filipino talents. Here Lies Love has Mark Bautista and Filipino talents performing in a musical about together. And in another theater, you have Miss Saigon, which are called Filipino talents. And a week before, Cameron McIntosh organized a special show where he brought back all the alumni of Miss Saigon. So you could see how, and I'm sure in different parts of Europe, a lot of Filipinos perform in different Broadway shows. In fact, every time Cameron needs special talents for his musicals, he goes to the CCP and holds an audition. And it shows us how strong we are in musical theater talent and performance. So we decided to make this a major strategy. What if we become the musical theater hub in Asia? That means we not only are able to come up with our own original Filipino productions, but we can supply Asian touring productions with our musical theater talent, if not international ones. Who knows, at some point, we can even bring original Filipino productions to Broadway and West End. But we do have world-class performers. And of course, the usual Broadway musicals makes its presence at the CCP. This is also important for us because, remember, these are the actual Broadway shows. Then they go touring and then they perform at the center. Now, why is this important? Remember, not all Filipinos can afford a flight to Broadway to watch these things. Now, bringing it to the CCP creates an opportunity for both general audiences and artists to see the craft, the art and craft of the musical. And these are these are a special series which feature classical musicians and musical theater talents. And these are sing-throughs, or these are musicals in development that will usually premiere in about 1 or 2 years. We have an opera season. And yeah, this is one of the things, I'm sure you might have heard of this. The Metropolitan Opera of New York now delivers its content through high-definition live video. So you don't have to fly all the way to the net to watch an opera. In fact, they can beam it live to your theater. So this is, I mean, can you imagine, a ticket to the net is very expensive. Sometimes you can't even get a ticket. And if you are able to afford one, sometimes you can only afford like the last seat up in the balcony too. And everything is like this small. But with the Met Opera Live in HD, you get the best seat in the house. Not only do they do close-ups, but they also bring you backstage during intermission, where they speak to the artists. You see the sets being changed. It's amazing. So we cooperated with the Metropolitan Opera of New York, and now we're doing this in Manila. So you can watch Met Opera productions in theaters in Manila once a month. Okay, so this is new digital ways of delivering performing arts, which we're also getting into. We hope to popularize this so that at some point we can also bring in productions of National Theatre of London. We can look at digital art, high definition beaming of production of Bolshoi, and so on and so forth. Again, which puts our audiences in the platform of the world stage, right? But we all have opportunities to see what's going on in international stages. Festivals. This is one of our most popular festivals, the Pasinaya Open House Festival. Once a year, every first Sunday of February, we open all the venues of the CCP for free. This is about 300, you can pick from around 300 shows in a day. Now, how does this happen? About 300 companies participate. We are only allowed to present 15-minute versions of your production, which is coming up during the day. And you take turns performing. And it attracts more than 50,000 people in a day. It's an amazing program. We started 10 years ago. We started with around like 500 people coming to our shows, and it grew in immense ways throughout the years. And now, next year, we're looking at 2 days of doing this and involving more venues around Manila so that we could expand our audience even more. So again, the fun thing about this is how this began was from the notion of, have you heard of tingi? Tingi in Philippine culture is small portions. Retail size. I don't think you have it here in Guam or US where you can buy like small sachets of shampoo.
Stick of cigarette.
You can't, right? You have to buy the whole big bottle. If you're in SNR or
Stick of
it has to
cigarette.
be this big bottle. But the Philippines, you can big small slices of cooking oil in these little packets, right?
Stick of
It's called tingi.
You can buy stick of cigarette.
Yeah, a stick of cigarette and don't buy the whole pack. It's called tingi. So it's working on this idea of tingi, that Filipinos want to have a taste of it first, before they can buy into the big one. So this is the notion of the open house festival. We show a 15-minute version, give them a taste, and if they like it, they might come back. And the experiment has succeeded in a very good way. Second concept that we're playing into was the notion of the buffet. Guam knows about buffet. I just found out about this from Atilea. It's new. Guam loves buffet. I guess island people love buffets. So Filipinos love buffets. So what is giving them an idea of a fiesta table where you can just choose from so many varieties and put as many things on your plate as much as you can in a single day. Okay? And third experiment that we did was we started it out as free. You can watch as many shows as you can for free. On the 6th year, we said, why don't we introduce pay what you can? So you can pay like whatever, if you want to pay 1 peso, but pay what you can. If you don't want to pay anything, that's fine. But pay what you can. And you know what? People pay. Started like dipping into their pockets and started paying. Since we found it successful, we said, the next year let's do see all you can, pay what you can, 20 pesos suggested donation. You know what? People pay 20 pesos. And not only did they pay 20 pesos, some even forked out 200 pesos. At one point, a patron who loved it so much paid 2,000 pesos. And in the 8th and 9th year, we said, let's do pay what you can, see all you can, suggested donation 50 pesos, and you get a fast pass. Because it became so popular, lines would extend at the theater. Because it was just 15-minute shows, the lines, you would line up, parang Disneyland, lining up at Disneyland theme park. You line up like for an hour and then the ride is just like 5 minutes.
Yes.
The same thing that happened at Pasinari. So what if we introduce a fast pass? For a fast pass, you can go to a fast lane and you can watch all of the shows and you are almost sure to get it. But you have to pay 1,000 pesos for a fast pass. And it's sold out. So what did this do? It totally destroyed our myth that Filipinos were not willing to pay for performances. They were willing to pay as long as they were assured of an experience. And they're willing to pay as long as it was a compelling and engaging experience for all of them. So this is the Pasinaya open house concept. Another popular festival is can we have the lights? It's the Cinema Live. This is our independent film festival, which has been going on for 10 years, and we have produced more than 100 films and launched the careers of many filmmakers internationally and practically revived single-handedly the dying cinema in the Philippines. These films are done by filmmakers as young as 25. hashtag why. This is about the millennial generation.
Tingnan mo na. Naku! Nagpag-isip na! Matutuloy ang first time mo! Sige.
Happy birthday, Rowena.
Uy, pag-wisa!
Nasa si Rowena? Ulit.
It's about a girl who disappears on marshlands. She was eaten by the alligator garden. But it also speaks of the destruction of the environment and how everything has been imbalanced and how this affected these people's lives. Talks about this is about children who are brought into street fighting.
Sometimes I feel like he don't care for me anymore.
This is about academics philosophizing on their existence, and it's about UP professors actually. And their angst.
Kẻ UUN sáu tù hú mẹ quá hối hay gì đáng Quảng Nam thì cần khai đến cái tiếng hát là hình vẽ
Listen to about these films and see in different languages. This spoken is done in Bengali language.
mở cả nạ khá là
Anak po ba kayo ni Romeo Rivera?
Eh kuya, paano ba maging sundalo?
Dapat matapang kayo. Dapat malakas kayo.
Matibay ito, no?
Lalo na lang. Dapat meron kayong sapat na kaisipan.
Kuya, ayaw ng sundalo.
Okay, we have lights. So these are just 10 what we call new breed films. These are done by first-time filmmakers. And usually at the festival, at Singalaya Film Festival, we gather at least 60 to 70 titles every year. And this is, there are films in competition and films in exhibition. The wonderful thing about Cinemalaya, it has launched the careers of a lot of young filmmakers. It has single-handedly reversed the steady decline of the film industry in the Philippines. Where once you had a lot of formula films, now you have new, fresh, daring stories told by young filmmakers who are not hindered by the demands of big studios and the commercial demands of big studios. And this has actually brought the attention, called the attention of a lot of international festivals. And quite a few of these films have won international awards. And we continue to do this every year. And this is a very popular festival that has gathers at least 100,000 plus viewers in a period of 1 week. Okay, I talked about Virgin Lab Fest. Spoken Word Festival, we're doing it next year. This is performed, this is the Choral Festival, which I mentioned earlier. Ballet Festival, which you do. If you notice, we actually implement at least one festival every month. You see at the center, it's one of our strategies to keep on engaging with audiences. It's one thing to come up with an event once every 3 months and sustain an audience doing that way. It's quite another if you need an audience every day. So having festivals is our way of trying to attract different sectors of our audiences to keep on coming to the CCP every time. So the National Orchestra Festival, we even have a Flutopia Festival, we have a conservatory, we have a dance school, an actors company, a music theater workshop, an opera conservatoire, center for choral performance, and we have master classes and so on and so forth. And just trying to give you a sense of the kind of beehive activities that we do. Exhibitions. Yes, we do have corridors, we have a small gallery, a main gallery, and we have these various exhibitions which are going on every day, 365 days a year. We have competitions. This is again to encourage young artists to continue honing their craft and for them to be affirmed by experts in terms of what they've achieved. We have awards. This is time citing the significant contributions of established artists and practically to set them on their way to what we call their legacy process. That means by acknowledging their contribution, you practically tell them, now it's your turn, to pass on this legacy to the next generation. So we have the National Artist Awards and the Gawad CCP and the 13 Artist Awards and the Gawad Buhay Field Stage Awards. Digital Heritage. Now, I think this will be exciting for especially institutions like the University of Guam and for students and scholars who would like to have access to our material. We've started an online resource where you can look at digitized the visual art collection. This is, for example, the edades, the builders, and you can click on the description and it gives you a background of that. You can even download it and make it part of your website. You can look at different videos and productions, performances. These are the different things you can see in part or in full at the CCP website for free. I'm clicking on the performance of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. So you can watch it now online. So we keep on continuing to add to this repository as we keep on digitizing the materials that we have. And for example, again, we also developed e-books. So you can actually read books online. This is an e-book on architecture, and you can. This is a reference book on Philippine architecture, and you can read this online. So this is part, and this is part of preparation for coming up with even another major digital resource, which is the encyclopedia of Philippine arts. 20 years ago, we came up with a 10-volume encyclopedia, and now in 2015, we're hoping to update the entries of the encyclopedia, which remains to be the most authoritative and comprehensive source of information in Philippine art. And it contains historical essays, forms and styles, aspects of production, description of works, biographies of artists. The editor-in-chief is Nicanor Chongson, who is a preeminent cultural researcher in the Philippines, and leads a team of deans, of leading scholars in music, theater, architecture, cinema, and an army of contributors from all over the country to put together this whole content. So this whole content, this will be the scope content. It will cover peoples of the Philippines, which documents the different ethno-linguistic groups in the Philippines. And this will be launched online. So again, you can access the whole content online. Architecture, Philippine architecture. Again, we digitize the videos so you can get examples as you go through the entries. And I'm just giving examples of what you might find there. Philippine visual arts. This is Brenda Fajardo working on one of her etchings.
When I do my art, it's like I'm meditating. But while I'm doing it, I'm thinking also about the past and I'm thinking about history. Para nagkakaroon ako ng mas malalim na pag-unawa dun sa mga nakaraan.
This is Philippine dance. This is a work by Alice Reyes, who's just recently been declared national artist. So you can watch these works in part or in full. Okay. Philippine music. Philippine theater. Oh, Mark Bautista. Mark Bautista played the lead in Malutangan. He's now the lead in Here Lies Love in West End. This is a scene in Maria Clara in Crisostom Ibarra. And of course, cinema, Philippine film.
Elsa!
Nakita ko po ang mahal na birhen. May iwanan pong nagagalit sa kanya. Para po siya nabibilisan ng ano.
Okay, so you can watch
Sabi ko niya, darating po ang araw.
Philippine literature, you can go through e-books.
112 words for Rosemary.
This is Rita Bautista, national artist, reading from one words. Okay. Now, this whole endeavor alone will cost us 45 million pesos. And as we speak, we're still trying to put together the resources, but and we've been working on it since the last 2 years, just putting together the whole content for this. Hopefully, if we get the whole funding in, we wish to give it for free, the whole content, to Philippine scholars, students, especially students and teachers. And maybe for people outside of the Philippines, we can put like some premium subscription prices to access full articles, full videos, and so on and so forth. Outreach, I mentioned the CCT satellite venues. Arts or transformation, this is interesting. Art therapy. During the recent Hayam experience in the last year, the CCT also became involved in the relief, rehabilitation, and disaster preparedness efforts of the government. The way we did it was we brought in experts and paired psychologists with arts facilitators using music, theater, and dance to process and debrief, stress debrief those who were affected by the typhoon, especially the children and their parents or teachers. And our theater companies have also started coming up with 15-minute plays, basically touring the different barrios, teaching through music, theater, and dance specific aspects of disaster preparedness. And we continue to do this. Broadcast and media, I mentioned this. We have radio programs, 2 radio programs, 1 classical program, and top. Okay. Now I come to lessons learned. What lessons I learned from my work in street theater that I now apply to my work at the CCP. Don't lose sight of the vision. When I was demonstrating in front of the CCP as a cultural activist, the vision was, the reason why I was protesting then was that I perceived that the center was very exclusive. That the center did not allow access to a lot of the population of the Philippines. And that continues to be my vision until now. And I've continued to work through this by opening up a lot of programs at the CCP so it is able not only to reach a broader public, but to involve more artists in their unique visions in this whole artistic expression. Know your terrain. Every time before we went out to do street theater performance, we would do a lot of careful study of the street corner that we were going to perform in, what kind of audiences we might be performing to, the kind of security risks, where we would run to hide, where we would run for shelter and ask for help, and so on and so forth. We continue to do this. I guess art and culture work is some kind of you need to do some kind of strategy. But before you come up with a strategy, you need to know your environment very well. What kind of environment are you working in? Who are your peers? Who are your competitors? Who are the new entrants? You know? Who gives you content? Who buys up or consumes this content? Okay? For example, the CCP, although it's fearless in its stance in the Philippines as a center for the arts, offering these different services, it is not fearless in the Asian region. 30 years ago, the CCP was known as the premier cultural center, not only in the Philippines, but in Asia. But now, centers and hubs are being claimed by Singapore with the Esplanade. South Korea is very aggressive with putting up cultural infrastructures and even come up with a national policy on culture and development. China has come up with the most amazing infrastructure for the performing arts. The Egg is one in Beijing, and Zaha Hadid designed Opera Center in another part of China. Okay. Vietnam is fast growing too in its claim to become another hub in traditional music performance. And if we continue to be laggard about funding for the arts and laggard about our own strategies, we might waste what we have right now in terms of our very rich content and even more our talents who are extremely good. We will lose our talents we will have a flight of talents. They will leave us and they will end up in cruise ships, in hotel lobbies. As I said, crisis can be an opportunity, but this crisis will become one, this noise crisis. How can crisis be an opportunity? We were faced by a big controversy because we had an exhibit at the CCP which became very controversial. There was a retrospective exhibit that showed, as one part of the many works, a picture of the Christ, which was taken from a calendar poster. You know those calendar posters given away for free? And then the visual artist found that as a visual statement, he would put, have you seen those souvenir items of phalluses, wooden phalluses sold made to ashtrays? Okay. He decided to stick it on the forehead of the Christ. And it was his statement on corruption, his statement excess of power, and so on and so forth. It made sense to others, it completely offended the rest. Okay? Television came in. The Philippines being a Catholic country. Television went in, media came in, the senators and the lawmakers came in saying, why did you do that? You know, and it started calling us for the notion of what goes up at the CCP in terms of what is excellent and what would be considered offensive. We were called for Senate investigation. You were grilled in the Senate for that whole thing. And at some point, even more disturbing was that they threatened to defund the CCP. We didn't have any more budget. We had very low budget to begin with, and now we are being threatened with defunding. Can you imagine what that would do to the whole arts and culture scene in the Philippines? And this was the first task on my desk as artistic director. And I said, is there any way of like turning this around? And I had a friend who's Chinoy, he's a Filipino Chinese. He said, you know that the Chinese character for crisis is also the same character for opportunity. So think of ways how you can make this crisis into an opportunity. And true enough, it just serendipitously happened. I found myself giving interviews as early as 4 in the morning because we were the talk radio. We were on the headlines of newspaper, front pages, where once were just relegated to arts and culture. We were now news. We were every night we're on television. And now people were discussing what is offensive, what is art, what is not. And it wasn't only the scholars who were discussing it. It was the tricycle driver, it was the vendor, it was the man who was going to church, it was the president of the Philippines who was discussing art and culture. And we began to think, this can be an opportunity. We never once imagined this could be an opportunity for what? For arts education. This shows us how much we do not know or do not appreciate, and how maybe the frameworks that we use in terms of knowing what is art and what is not. The debate became so big that at some point we decided to do this. One time we said, let's go for a press conference. Okay? So we did go for a press conference, and of course all the press came. And it just so happened that the convergence of the press conference was at the main theater lobby. At the main theater lobby, while the press was converging, they saw the Philippine Ballet Theater rehearsing at the main theater lobby on the hard floors. And they said, sir, why are they performing? Said, oh, we ran out of venues. As you see, it's really difficult for the needs of the ballet dancers. We don't have enough venues. You see, they're very, very good, but they're performing on hard floors. So we started walking down, and when we walked down to where the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra was rehearsing, we heard music coming out from the men's toilet. Said, what's going on? Oh, we don't have rooms for music studios. So our young violinists trained in the men's toilet because it was very good acoustics. And then we started moving to the rehearsal hall, and our French conductor artist was in undergarment, was just in his t-shirt. Sir, why is he just in his t-shirt? It's supposed to be a party. Oh, it's the aircon is down. We don't have a budget to another aircon. And it's so hot, you can imagine 70 members of the orchestra performing in a very hot room. And then so on and so forth until we reached the little theater. They were rehearsing an excerpt from Noli Me Tangere. And he said, what are they rehearsing? Oh, it's an excerpt from Noli Me Tangere. Remember, Noli Me Tangere was banned many years ago. It was considered the most subversive and offensive novel, but now it's considered a classic. Okay, to make a long story short, everything was not accidental. We planned it. We called for the press conference and sort of innocently walked through there, and we said to again, so what's going to happen? We are going to educate our media about the real situation of the CCP. See, everyone will come, but we have to tell them that beyond all of these things, we have done so many other things. They're just focusing on this controversy for news. But they have to cover what artists need. They have to cover what we have done so far, not only this controversial thing that's attracted their attention, which they think can sell their airtime and sell newspapers. And we succeeded. The next day, everything was turned around. Where 2 days before it said CCP threatened of being defunded, the headlines now read, support the arts. Okay? So I guess this is an example of crisis and opportunity. And I owe this a lot to the kind of crisis points that I faced when I was doing street theater. Because we are always almost in that kind of situation. And we have to be quick on our feet in terms of how to transform this. And by sticking and clarifying your vision, you always have found creative ways to turn around things to work for the vision that you are working for. Make it as participative as much as possible. I think this is obvious. That is the reason why Pasinaya. Make it as inclusive as much as possible without losing excellence, without losing your standards. And the last one is, the best news of all is, it all starts with the art. Whatever you do, it has to be excellent, it has to be artful, it has to be a compelling experience. And I learned that also from street theater. Even though how important or urgent your issue was, if you just ended up just shouting and screaming your voice and screaming your issues and shouting at slogans, everyone might repeat their slogans, but might go home with it, might not embed it in their hearts. But if you come up with something beautiful, touching, moving, personalized, then they might remember it with them forever and tell the story repeatedly until the story becomes even more powerful in its repetition. And I think that is the most powerful quality of the work. It all starts with the art. Yeah, I would always say this every time we have problem with budget. I would always say, all we need are floorboards and a passion and our artful way of storytelling. If budget comes, then that's fine. Then we can increase our floorboards, repaint it, maybe add the set. But let's start with the content. Let's start with the artfulness of the whole experience. And we'll have something going. And then learn that from street theater. We didn't have anything, we didn't have expensive sets, we didn't have expensive costumes, we didn't have lights, we didn't have fancy special effects. But because of the content, we were able to reach and move people, and I would like to believe actually contribute to social change. So these are the 5 lessons which I picked up, and I'm sure there are more. Now, what has this done to my life? I believe art and culture serves the whole process or the whole notion of heritage and finding our identity. In our world today, because of the onslaught of information we got from technological innovations like the internet, sometimes we lose a sense of our specificity, our sense of individuality, a sense of the uniqueness of our culture because we tend to embrace as many things as possible. What we always say is, open all the doors and windows for influence, but make sure you are not blown off your feet. And a sense of history, a sense of identity, a sense of heritage, which arts and culture usually expresses, assures this, that you are standing on solid ground. That before you reach out and do partnerships and collaborations, you know where you are reaching out from. Otherwise, you lose yourself in that whole collaboration and partnership. Memory. This whole process of creating song, creating plays, creating writing, creating visual arts, print, creating film, is actually contributing to what we call a collective memory. So what is a nation without a memory? Diba? What is a whole country without a memory? This is what artists do. They create memory for the nation. Okay? Now, let me go back to, if I see that senator again, if you ask me that question again, why should art matter? My short answer would be, art matters because it nurtures the soul, it nourishes the spirit, and ultimately it is art and culture that makes us human. So, and I guess briefly, this is what the story of the CCP, the story of art and culture work in the Philippines is all about. And I'd like to end with this short video. Can we have? This is a short video. Lights, please.
Pagkakatulan at pagkakaiba, binibigkis tayo ng kulturang Pilipino, kulturang di pag-aakit sa ibang bansa, sa ligan ng pagtunad alay sa buong mundo.
Now I remember his name, Bin Ramon Santos. This is our CCT award for music. That ends my sharing, and I hope that if you find yourself in Manila, please come visit us at the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions? Any questions from the audience?
I think you may have said everything that needs to be said. Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry, I have one observation or the presentation. It lacks the main gist of art also, the religious. You are presenting like a democracy, you know, but in reality, Philippines is 80% religious people. That's only the absence of those arts. There's many arts that I know, but if you can click also to your television, TFC, H2, channel 222, it's all mixed, religion, etc.
Okay. What maybe I failed to present here is the example of especially our traditional forms, religious traditional forms. We perform we do every year the sinaculo, which is a traditional sinaculo, which is done in
during April.
During Holy Week, yes. And we've also done musicals, Lorenzo, which is about the saint, Lorenzo Luis. We've also done quite a few. We do another one about the Virgena Kaisasay, about the Virgin. These are original Filipino musicals about specifically about the saints. Yeah, so I might not have mentioned it as examples, but we don't do a lot, but we do have, it is part of our repertoire.
How do we get schedules of performances at the cultural center? To prepare obligation and utility, you have to take all of that so we can have a chance.
Thank you. That is a very good question. One thing is we have a website. So if you go Google it on the website, just search CCP, Cultural Center of the Philippines, and bring it to the website. It will give you the schedule for the whole year. You can even buy tickets online. Yeah, I could show you if we have I don't know if we have a live Wi-Fi, but it's www.culturalcenter, one word, CULTURAL Center, CENTR.gov.ph. www.culturalcenter.gov.ph. PH. Hi, I see a friend in the audience. When are you coming? January? January is a good time. If you could stay to February, the first Sunday of February, then we're doing that big festival called the Pasinaya. It's really fun. But January is a good time. January next year, what's happening? We have two musicals going on. One is the touring production of Broadway musical Beauty and the Beast. And then we're doing an original Filipino musical called Ang Pagdadala ni Maximo Oliveras.
When is that?
In January.
When in January?
I think it opens the third week of January.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think related to the question of the audience, I think it's beyond doubt anymore that we have a talent. Even at the time when Leia Soto first got herself to West End, we haven't been really very good at self-promotion, not like the other countries that you mentioned. You know. Even as representatives of our country being diplomatic profession, it's very hard for us to promote a country as a cultural hub in Asia and the Pacific. I'm glad to hear that there's now a very modern, very art-looking website that the CCP has developed, and as well as the Encyclopedia of Philippine Art. But still, like you noted, we are still laggards in terms of trying to make the whole world aware that the Philippines has all this talent, just seething at the seams of the cultural center of the Philippines. And I think that's what we also need to focus on.
Yes.
How do we match the likes of South Korea as far as their cultural diplomacy is concerned? I mean, Korean novelas and K-pop and so on, J-pop from Japan, anime from Japan, they haven't done as much as they have in terms of promoting our talent and our content abroad.
Yes. Two things there. That's a very good observation, and I agree with you. There are two things here, promotion and creative industry. When we say promotion, it's promoting your artists locally and abroad. And promotions means sharing that brand, making your potential quote-unquote buyers, bookers, entrepreneurs, cultural institutions who might be interested in your artists and the works known. This means budget, not fund. Second, industry. What does industry mean? This means professionalization of our artists. In terms our artists know what they're worth, our artists are well managed.
How they monetize their content.
Yes, they know how to monetize their content. And we have venues like arts markets to give them a venue for showing off their wares. And this has happened in Philippine design. Right now, as we speak, we have the FAME, Filipino Manila FAME, which is a design exhibition and trade fair going on. And Filipino design has entered the worldwide industry through this way. And we're trying to do this for the arts as well. Next year, we've started small by doing an arts fair, training our artists how to market and sell themselves by as simple as creating portfolios of their works. There's a lot of our artists still don't know how to even create that and then project themselves. And we will next year, we're doing an ASEAN arts market, which will invite the ASEAN COCI participants to be part of some kind of an arts fair specifically for performing arts. So hopefully this starts up something. And of course, the overarching need is a national policy on arts and its role in national development. The reason why Gangnam, why Korean telenovela, why Japanese manga has penetrated the worldwide market is not accidental. It was systematic. It is backed up by budget and a strategy and a program that is funded by national government. So again, this is the work of the artist sector. We still need to be aggressive with our lawmakers, our policymakers, to make them aware. Because, you know, what the ironic thing is, we seldom even find a congressman and senators watching shows at the CCP or attending exhibits. Yes. So even them stepping up and watching our shows is very important, so that they are informed in terms of the potential pride that we could have and get from promoting our artists and our arts and content in the Philippines.
Maybe we can start from the young kids, you know, like Bobby says.
Yes. That's a very good one. Maybe we should start with the young kids, definitely. And that's the reason why we put up the arts education department. The belief is we should start them young. If you go to Europe, if you go to museums, you see whole museums, you see young kids being held, going through the classics and being explained in their language why the classics are considered classics. They start them young. Now, the sad thing about the Philippines, I don't know if you know, but it used to be, during my time, and I'm sure in most of your time, music was required. We were all required to read notes or play an instrument. Now, it's not required. So again, it goes back to curriculum. We have to work closely with the Department of Education and make these different departments work together so we give the value to the arts education that should be given its worth. Yeah, definitely, we should start with them. And the good news is, right now we're taking the opportunity because of the K-12 curriculum rehash of education. We are very much involved in it, the CCP, as part of its consultant in terms of how to put art and culture content in the present revisioning of the K-12 curriculum. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Chris, I would like to present to the University of the Philippines a set of books, publications from the CCP. Unfortunately, Dr. Underwood had to leave already, so, I'm trying to see who else is here with a... Well, I would be very happy to receive the books on behalf of the University of the Philippines. We'll turn this over to the library of the university.
Then maybe just a little bit about the books, especially for students who are here and teachers who are here. This is Encyclopedia of Philippine Art, so you can see different essays and photos of a lot of the artists he was talking about. This is Cinemalaya, the 10 years of Cinemalaya, so you could look at all the titles, the synopsis, filmmakers' backgrounds in this book. We just launched this book yesterday. This is the latest anthology of poetry, short stories, essays in Philippine literature, and this is the DVD of this book. Okay, so we will be donating this as a gift to the University of Guam Library. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chris, again, our thanks for being the lecturer for our Philippine Studies Lecture Series. Now we'd like to go to the next part of the program, which is the awarding of the University of the Philippines Alumni Association scholarships. So I want to introduce our president, Tessie Marcos, who will make the presentations.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. Buenas hamdos todos. Half a day. And aloha, sabi nila sa Hawaii. Kasi I saw that too. I touched a lot of memories. It brought back a lot of memories because we have lived in those places where he was in. And so I like to do that. We have to do something here on Guam. When we started the medical tourism, we can do it in the cultural center, you know. So that's another project. He gave me ideas for the University of the Philippines. So on behalf of the University of the Philippines Alumni Association, we would like to thank our partners at Guam Community College and the University of Guam. It is indeed a dream come true for me as the president because I like to be a good citizen of this island. There's nothing more better than to give back to this island. It is so important to me personally to give back to this island, to help make a difference, to help improve the quality of life. And as it is October now, the Los Angeles people, California, has celebrated the Filipino American immigrants. And so the Filipinos here have not stopped giving back to this island. And after the war, the Filipinos came and helped rebuild this island. We are here now because of those Filipinos also who had given their dedication and love for this island. And so the University of the Philippines Alumni Association of Guam has been a major nonprofit organization here on island. And we believe sincerely, passionately, about the power of education. And there's nothing more better than we can do is to give a scholarship. And definitely to Guam Community College. In fact, I did go to Guam Community College for enrichment courses. As I was appointed at the Pacific Care Health Management course, I'm a registered nurse, but I went into HMO management. So I took up accounting, I took up business law, I took up other courses, and I'm proud of having gone to the Guam Community College. And so it is with pride that we award this scholarship to our very first scholar of the Guam Community College. And I would like to call on our officers and board members who are here with me, because this is a team effort. I'd like to call on the two awardees of the Gawad Ularang Filipino who are members of the University of the Philippines Alumni. We have Atilana Rambayan. Please come over. She won the Humanitarian Award. And Dr. Annette David, and she won the medicine category. There are also 3 nominees. I'm proud to say I'm bragging, and I don't care what they say, I am bragging. The University of the Philippines has 5 of the nominees out of the 25. And so, Mrs. Tita Alegria, she's one of the nominees, she's one of the nominees also. And also Isabella, who works for the public health, is not here, but she's also one of our nominees. And yours truly. But proud to have Maya Atilana Rambayan and Dr. Anna David, Tita Alegria. I'd like to call now Dr. Beth Somero. Of course, she's our member. Dr. Clarissa Kwan, don't walk away, I saw you. Andre Cacho, please come forward, come to the stage. Maria Sibero, Mayo Milligan, Dr. Mayo Milligan from JFK, Imelda Dines, and Reverend Isaias and Christine Ginson. Christine is she here? Yes, I haven't met her. Yeah, she's right there. Christine is with Guam Community College also. And Reverend Isaias Ginson is with St. John's School. And of course, the pride and joy also of our UP alumni is that The members of the Philippine Consular Corps here are graduates also of the University of the Philippines. Consul General Mark Borja is not here, but we have Consul Gary Auxilian and Consul Mark Hamoy and Dr. Ray Somera. Have I missed anyone? Oh, Melan, okay. I thought she left, but I know that she was here. Melan, would you please come? And I don't know if Esther Rios is here, but we would like to call on Mary Okada, the president of the Guam Community College, and our recipient, Jaricel Roman. Would you like to say something?
Thank you to the alumni of the University of the Philippines. It's always great when we have partners to help support our students. And so on behalf of the Guam Community College, I'd like to thank you for your generous contribution and our continuing efforts to support our students. Thank you very much.
This is my first time as our first time to meet Jaricel. But as I went over her application, her essay, I was touched with it, and I worked with Danny Bilong and Esther Rios from the Guam Community College. So please accept this. It's a small one, but it is a challenge for all of us to make sure that this is continued, and we would like to see you graduate. Thank you. Don't leave the stage yet. Come on, because we have another one. This is for the University of Guam. We would like to call on Mark Duarte. He is the director of financial aid. I've known Mark, I think, since he was, I don't know how small he was at the time. But his father was the president of the Filipino community of Guam in 1986, Mark Duarte. Oscar Duarte. Okay. We would like to call on Adeline Sahago. Adeline Sahago. Do you know that we received 42 applications from the University of Guam? And Dr. Anna David had to go through all of them and came up with the 3 finalists. And they had a hard time making the decision, but Adeline stood out amongst the 3. And Dr. Beth Somera, Dr. Anna David, had said that this is the person that we would like, and I joined them, so it was a unanimous vote. And so we are giving this scholarship award to Adeline Sahago. Did I pronounce it right? Adeline. Okay, I thought it was Angeline. Okay, so it's now Adeline Sahago. Is that a Filipino name also? Yes, okay. All right, but you were born in Saipan. So this is great. Okay. Here it is, Mark. Dr. Underwood was here earlier, and I saw him last night, and I said, make sure you're there, and he did. But he had to leave, so we're very, very proud that the University of the Philippines has started this project. This is just the beginning, and so we are challenged now to be very creative and bring other projects here so that then we can help raise funds to continue on with this scholarship program. This is not going to end. This is not one of those things that you have now and gone tomorrow. So we would like to see them graduate, maintain your grades. We're challenging all the students, that we are out here. We would like to help, the community. We would like to give back to this beautiful island. Thank you very much.
Association. We thank again Mr. Cristiano for the afternoon celebrating Philippine art and culture, and we hope that you make art happen in your own lives. And we have some refreshments, Miranda, and